Welcome everybody to the Thursday build show. I got to remember which day it is, even though I wrote it, typed it in like a ton of times. You like this theme? Where am I? I'm in the Matrix. No, this is the Empower Studio, the real one. This is actually what it looks like. No, it doesn't. That would be lying. That neo pop vibe, yeah. Yeah, it's a good vibe. I like the look of it. I really want to do my own artwork for this. I borrowed this, so I'm going to be creating a different image for the back that has Empower and everything. It's gonna look cool. We'll see. We'll get there. Eventually, we'll get there. But today we have 3 builds lined up, and maybe we could do more. But our goal is to at least have 3 done today. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer stream, but we're going to be doing multiple builds throughout the stream. We're starting off with Melissa. Melissa, this is your build that we're going to be starting off with. And then this build should take about an hour. Once this is done, then we'll move on to the next build. Can you turn the knob? The speaker knob. Big knob. Too much. There. I just want it down a little bit. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to be running through this build list, the part list anyway, and then we'll get started on the build. But welcome to the build stream. I'm your host, Ben Estrino, over here at the Empower Studio, and we're going to do what we do best. We're going to build. All right, I'm going to switch over to a top-down view so we can take a look at the parts. All right, so for today, we're starting off with Melissa's build. And this is going to be the AMD Ryzen 5 5600X 3D. It's got 6 cores, 12 threads, and it's got a 4.4 gigahertz max boost. So this is also got the 3D cache on it. You can only get this processor from Micro Center, but this is an excellent mid-range processor that will get you some extra performance out of your card, which we're running the RX 6600 for this build. And overall, it's just a great processor, especially with that 3D cache. Get a little extra out of it. So next up, we have our Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE cooler. This has 6 heat pipes. I have used this particular cooler in the past, probably several times, so you've probably seen it before. in some of my builds that I've done. But this is the Peerless Assassin 120 SE. Gamers Nexus actually did a really good review on this cooler as well, and it really stands up to a lot of the super high-end, super expensive coolers. It competes in that at that level. So it's a great cooler. It's air-cooled, and it's got two 120 millimeter PWM addressable RGB fans on there with the 6 heat pipes. So it really does a great job at cooling the CPU, and it'll keep this thing nice and chill, even on the longest of gaming sessions. So it'll do a great job. We're going to be putting that on an Asus TUF B550 plus Wi-Fi 2. This is the second version of this board. The only complaint I ever had on this board is that it lacks the USB-C header for USB-C on the front panel. So unfortunately, the USB-C will not be plugged in on this case, and it sucks because I think this case has it. So, but not the end of the world. I believe it has USB-C on the back. You just won't have it on the front. Next up, and normally I don't do that, but the CPU, motherboard, and the RAM is a bundle deal from Micro Center, and you can't beat the price. All right, so next up is we've got 16 gigs of DDR4 3200 megahertz RAM. That's going to be by G.Skill. It's the G.Skill Ripjaws 5. So it's a great set of DDR4 RAM. It's very, very reliable set. And then we have a 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4, which has, I think, speeds up to 5,000 megabits read-write. So it's really fast drive. It'll make those game load times super quick, snappy. Anytime you load up a game or install something or transfer files or download, it'll keep up with your internet service while it's writing to the drive. So it's a great, I actually just realized my microphone was turned pretty high. Sorry about that. I just caught on. I was like, oh, why do we keep breaking the threshold when I'm talking? Interesting. Sorry about that. Better quality now. So outside of that, the RX 6600 8GB GDDR6 128-bit PCIe 4.0 graphics card, which is the Power Color Fighter card, is the video card we're going with, and that's going to be all placed into a Montech Air 903 Max, which is a ATX mid tower, has a beautiful front mesh, as well as a beautiful side panel, glass side panel, so you can see everything. And we're going with a white theme. So we've got white for the case. And then next, we've got the fans that are already in the case, and we're going to be powering it with a 650 watt, 80 plus bronze power supply. And that is it. This was actually one of our Micro Center deals. Black Friday deals, which, you know, we've got Micro Center parts in here. But this build was the Vortex Elite, and I think we were at $859.99 for this, which is really good, especially for the CPU, graphics card, storage, performance, and the cooler. Really good price point for this. All right, so let's get started. I'm just going to move items that we're not going to be touching right away out of the way so we can get started on the build. We're going to start with the motherboard, CPU, RAM, and the cooler. Then we'll get that mounted into the case. Right? And there's our B550 by Asus, which is the TUF Gaming series. TUF Gaming Plus Wi-Fi 2. Beautiful board. And then our Ryzen 5 5600X 3D. $5600X 3D is in. Can't wait to get it. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is that you, Melissa? Hey, some giant idiot, what's up? Odd, I thought tough boards will come with integrated I/O shields. Yeah, most of them do. But this one does not. This one also lacks the USB-C, which you would usually see over here for the front panel. This one doesn't. That's my biggest beef, maybe. I really could care less about the I/O shield. I don't really care about that, but a feature like USB-C on a board that's in this price range, kind of pathetic. You know? Kind of silly. Especially when it has USB-C on the back. Asus, you so silly. All right, and then our 16 gigabytes of kill. 3200 megahertz DDR4 at CL16. We got that in there. And then our 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe by Silicon Power. It's got about a 5,000 megabit read write. That is their rated average speeds. We're going to put it here in the top slot. And it looks like we need to also install the stud, which I just noticed is not there. Asus nickel and diming us, I know. I feel like they've been, you know, normally they're really good at making sure all the features are on the boards. Usually they're pretty good about it. So that's why this board surprised me when I found out it didn't include USB-C for the front panel. Kind of surprised me when I first found that out, long time ago. Their Pro series, because they have a Plus version, and then they have a Pro version of this board. The Pro version has USB-C. So this is kind of like the cheaper version of it, I guess. But really, the only differences between the two are, I think, the addressable RGB headers and the USB-C for the front panel. Other than that, it's pretty much the same board, if I remember correctly. All right, so now we're ready for the cooler. So let's go ahead and get that out. We're still not on Twitch only. It's not fixed yet. Stop trying. was pretty sure we ordered a white version of this cooler for the white build. Let me check to see if I accidentally got parts. Checking to see if I have this cooler white. I don't think I do. So, it is what it is. Probably would have preferred to have this in white. Maybe I'll swap it out. Get one ordered. Or it wasn't available when I ordered it. I don't know. Don't know what happened. Or they sent me the wrong one. I'm pretty sure I ordered a white one. I mean, either one is going to look good. Most of the internal parts are black. Specs. You know, I'm going to have to fix that if you keep asking about it. I'm going to have to fix it. Alright, so now I'm getting the hardware out for AMD. Right? Don't need the Intel hardware. I need the AMD hardware. Give me the AMD hardware. Das ist gut, ja. Peel that sucker off. Has anybody ever forgotten to peel that off? Because I know quite a few people that brought me their PC and said it was overheating. And guess what they forgot to do when they built it? They forgot to peel this guy off the bottom of their cooler. Oops! So very specifically with this cooler, and when you have RAM that has letters, I want to make sure the letters are reading the same direction. So the word begins at the bottom of the RAM, and it's reading as if we're facing this way. Thermalright is also on the cooler, so it's as if we're reading this way. Pleasing to the aesthetics. Pay attention to those details when you're building. Those little things make a big difference. Some coolers won't let you do that because they're pushed off, or the heat pipes are angled in a certain direction away from the RAM. This one though is not, so it doesn't matter. I can have it this way or that way, and it won't matter. Also, it's helpful to have an investment on a large screwdriver versus your smaller screwdriver, so that you could reach down in these coolers and get that screw. Helps a lot. Now we're gonna get the fans out and get those mounted, and then we can actually slap this into the case real quick. More twist ties, guys. Over under, how many twist ties am I gonna deal with today? What do you guys think? $13. Well, we're already at 2 for the entire day between the 3 builds that we're doing. How many twist ties do you think I'm gonna handle? My fingers will likely be sore as the hint. $13 exactly. Wonder where this PC is going? Well, I wonder. This build is for somebody named Melissa, but it'll probably be under a Christmas. Right? Sorry if you're looking at my face. So there's a massive... It's definitely going to be under a tree. Nice. There's a massive cooler for a massive CPU, right? Next up, we are good to go. We're ready to drop this into the case, so let's go ahead and get that case out and get that started. Whoa. Ouch! The zapping. Every time. Every time we get zapped. Unless she breaks and gives it to him. Ah, nice. He probably will. I remember my mom doing that for me back then. So, gotta wear them. Live Strong bracelets. Or Live Strong. Yes, yes. But I don't have any on. I'm bracelet-less. Bracelet-less. I don't even wear anti-static anymore because anti-static, there's actually a really good video on the electric guy out there on YouTube. He has a really good YouTube channel on electricity, and he makes it fun and does stupid stuff to get zapped or electrocuted. But he goes into with, I think, Linus over at LTM. Anyway, talking about anti-static with or static with computer parts. How much static does it really take to fry something nowadays? And it takes an awful lot of static electricity. I mean, a ton to actually do something. A ton. There was a point where they couldn't even get it. He's not fighting static, he's fighting cancer. Yeah. I thought he was talking about the bracelets, but yeah, if the can't. I'm all for that. My mother-in-law actually is currently battling breast cancer. So we're going through that. This is actually her third time too. So we are always for the fight against cancer. Definitely, even if it wasn't impacting us, we would be. All right, moving on to the motherboard. We've got our I/O shield that we're going to put in here. But look at how clean and white this case is. Just look at how white. Look at the white in it. It is so white. So white. Hello there. This just fell out of it. The manual. Let me know if it's too bright. I can turn it down, I guess. Brightness. Getting the hardware out, the hardware kit. Just so you guys see. You know, Montech is kind of like that underdog company. But look at how nicely packaged everything is. And everything is labeled. Everything's got a label on it for what screw is what. I absolutely love that about Montech. How they do that. And they don't charge you $20 extra for that. Just a simple little label. And that lines up beautifully. There we are. One thing I forgot to peel off on this motherboard. I don't think that one has it, but that one doesn't have it either. Never mind. We're good. Top corner isn't lined up perfectly, but I think it's because of that I/O shield. There we go. The 20 plus comes later when they go to Hollywood, maybe. maybe. I don't know. I really like Montech, but they're actually owned by another company called Dark Flash. And they've always produced unique products, but they started with their Montech brand. They started making more mainstream cases instead of doing unique things. They started doing mainstream, and I really like what they did because it's all the features that you would want in a ATX mid tower, like the front mesh and the ability that the front can support a 360 millimeter AIO or radiator, and then the top can support a 360 millimeter radiator. There's gap here for the fans and the radiator between the motherboard and the roof of the case. And then it's a 140 millimeter fan on the rear, which is included, by the way, and 3 140 millimeter PWM addressable RGB fans on the front with that mesh. So the airflow in this case is really nice, along with the fact that the value, you get the fans included, and it's clean. You have the grommets here for the holes. I wish maybe they would do something for that one, because that one stands out like a sore thumb, but usually that's covered up by an AIO, so you really wouldn't see it in most cases or in most builds. But I wanted to make sure that this, because I think they had plans to expand on this build later, so I wanted to make sure you could put some big components in here if they ever wanted to upgrade, which is precisely what this case is made for. It can handle some pretty large hardware. I had to loosen these ones up while I adjusted the board. I would love a case like this with holes on the side for even more fans like the 5000D. Yeah, actually, Dark Flash has a side panel, a case with a side panel that's all mesh, which is, I think, awesome. So instead of the glass side panel, it's a mesh side panel, which is super cool. And you could actually mount fans to that if you wanted to, which is, again, awesome. That actually goes back to like the 2008 era, where graphics cards were starting to get bigger and hotter, and they started putting in cases on the side here, even though it wasn't a glass panel. It was a metal panel with maybe some plexiglass for a small window, but they started putting a large vent here with mountable fans, and cases started including fans there. And that was to cool your graphics card, which I thought was pretty awesome back then. But we're now getting back to that because we need more airflow with the bigger and hotter parts we're putting in the PCs. All right, so let's send these cables that are additional to the back. And then we'll probably slap a zip tie in here just to keep these cables from getting out of hand, making it somewhat orderly fashioned, because we will have order in our PCs with our cables. Order! I will have order here. Then we'll start tackling the connections on the case, their front panel stuff. Right. Starting to look like a gaming PC already, huh? Giant Oh yeah, the half 932. Yep, 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 yep. That was a beautiful case, just like that one. So you know what I'm talking about. Excuse me. Those giant 200 actually, that case is really hard to find nowadays. If you do find it, there are some collectors out there that are looking for those cases. Looks very cool. Thanks, Aiden. Thank you. Aiden, I think your build is going to be coming up here next. We have to finish this one before we get to yours here. We're a little bit behind on the schedule. The schedule is a little behind. I have one somewhere in the basement housing a i7. All right, awesome. An i7 920 and a GTX 670. Nice. Somewhere in the basement. That would be a relic, but I mean, maybe not the internal parts, except for maybe the motherboard, depending on what motherboard you have in there. But the CPU, probably not really worth much, but there's people that look for the motherboards for that generation, as well as people look for like the higher end motherboards, like the EVGA ones, or like the Intel Extreme boards. Those are like targeted in the collectors area. But that case is also a targeted case to find if you have it and it's in really clean, good condition. If you have it in brand new, you could probably get a lot of money for it. If it's brand new, never opened. All right, let's get some of these cables plugged in. Okay. Yeah, I saw. I saw. I know. Yeah. You got some crackers? Awesome. Well, we'll have to maybe try a Riri after dinner. A Reese's after dinner? Okay. Nice. My daughter, she's very excited to have a Reese's. Because they went to the store and found Reese's. So we're up to 3 twist ties. Do you want to put it on the board? Four twist ties. This doesn't make any sense. Why would you run that cable on tech? That. We'll get that straightened out later. Going to look messy. It's going to look messy until the end. Alright. USB 3. I think we can go in from up here. Right? Yes. That is acceptable. And then USB-C, which we don't have, unfortunately. Wah. Sorry. Don't have front panel USB-C. So that front panel USB-C is not going to function. And I hate that, but it is what it is. Our addressable RGB from the hub up here, and then our PWM. Is this the only one here, or do we have more? It breaks off. The 2. Okay. Power switch. Run it from here. Here. And then our PWM fan from this hub here. We're going to also run it here. Lots of cables there. But that's okay. Flip it over and plug it all in. All right. All of those front panel connections are in. Good. I mean, not that word. Much better. So that's all done. So you can see down there. Focus, camera, focus. Get with the program. There we go. So you can see down there, it's all connected. We've got everything on the back connected to the front, which is what we want. And now we could pretty much just, I'd say we could go with the power supply here. Get that done. This is a 650 watt. Is that the Peerless Assassin cooler? Yes, 100%. The Peerless Assassin X, or no X. Peerless Assassin, it's either X120 SE or 120 SE. But it is. I highly recommend that CPU cooler if you're going with an air cooler and you don't want to spend like $1,000 on a cooler, because it performs the same as like some high-end coolers, man. Have you ever tried its brother, the Phantom Spirit? No, I have not. Haven't tried that one. It's on my list of coolers to try, though. Alright, our power supply is mounted. Peerless Assassin, 95% of the NH-D15 at 33% of the cost. Exactly. That is exactly the right math. Pretty much. It's stupid how much more expensive the NH-D15 is. And it performs almost the same. I think the NH, like if you were doing or trying to, just as an example, if you were trying to break records on Cinebench, then you'd want to probably go with something more like the NH-D15. But for just gaming and streaming, you're fine with the Peerless Assassin. It'll keep up just fine. It's very consistent too. And I've been building with them for a while now. I've never had one do anything funky. No complaints. No complaints whatsoever. A great cooler. Let's flip this bad boy over and get these cables plugged in, and then we'll get the graphics card plugged in while we're over here. I'm gonna try to match the look of that USB 3.0 cable here. 24 pin, right next to it. Best I can, anyway. Oh. They're supposed to come through. Sure, you get back there. Sorry, I know you're staring at my arm and my hair that needs a haircut. I need to get to the barber. I don't think I've had a haircut in like 2 months. TMI, but it's been a while. My hair is super long right now. The PA really helps with the budget, yeah. And then pair with any aim 4 chip and you're good to go. Yeah, for sure. Great cooler. All right, we're ready to drop the card in here. Again, this is the RX 6600, 8 gig, GDDR6 128-bit, PCIe 4, by Power Color. It's the whiter. And there's no peels or anything on this card. They save a ton of cost, not a ton, but they save some cost on the card without all that extra stuff on it. That's where they're saving their costs. They also didn't put a back plate on this card, but I mean, with the cooler there, it's hard to kind of see that anyway. I think the card was around $189 when we grabbed it. Get back here. Sure. Not done with you. We're shipping this, aren't we? Yes. So, just for awareness, really quick, if you want to clip or mark the time on this video, what I just did was the graphics card installation. And what you'll want to do is pay attention to that process, because the card is going to be shipped uninstalled. So you will have to install the card, which, as you saw, just took me like 30 seconds to a minute. Doesn't take long, but it's just sliding the card in as you see it here, and these 2 screws here need to be installed, and then this power cord right here would need to be plugged in. And if you need any assistance when you receive it and pull it out, you're more than welcome to give me a call, and I will be happy to walk you through it. No, Aiden, this is not yours yet. We're not quite there yet. We're almost done with this one, and then we're going to be starting your build. Check my chats, please. Bell Cook sucks. Yo, please. Who's this for? My mom just ordered one, and I'm so excited. Oh, nice, Bell. What's up? Bella, this is for a Melissa. So if you're not connected with a Melissa, this is not the order. So Aiden, your build, though, I know your mom, is going to be next. So after we complete this build, we're going to be starting yours. So probably in the next, I'd say 15 minutes or so. Check my chat, please. What was there more chat? I have to scroll up. Hold on. It's already scrolled past. Oh, that was chat. Okay. Yeah, you're. I don't know, Bella. I don't know. I'll be announcing the name from the order, the first name, as I'm going through them. So just be on the lookout for that. And I also sent out schedules of the build streams all the way up until Saturday. So we have build streams all the way up until the end of Saturday currently scheduled. So if you haven't received the email with the schedule of when we are starting your build stream, and it's, again, it all depends on how quick this one, you know, the builds are. Sometimes they take longer. Hold on, I gotta kill a spider. I don't know where the hell he came from. Ugh. I don't get it. Anyway, just keep track of your email and your calendar. I sent out invites. I'm sorry, the spider was nasty. Like one of those. Not spider, bro. I'm sorry. Not a spider guy. And it wasn't Spider-Man. And it wasn't a spider that was going to make me Spider-Man, so the hell with it. I don't want it here. It was just literally on its little thing, just coming down, coming to hang out with me, and I'm like, bruh, get out of here. This is my airspace. Alright. So we want to try to get as much of this into the center panel. Much of it as possible. There we go. Nice and clean. We want it so nice and clean, yeah? Oh shoot, I forgot these have to get plugged in up here. Dang it. Whoops. Dagnabbit. Good dude. Not fighting with me, sure. Come on. Work with me. Just work. Work with me. There you go. All you needed to do. Work with me. Focused. Fun fact, spiders eat other bugs. You just allied yourself with the enemy. No, I know that. I do know that. I do realize that. I'm not trying to ally myself with them. That was not my intention. I just didn't want a spider, like, it was literally dropping in front of the webcam, and I was, pretty soon you guys were going to be staring at a spider instead of my face. Although that probably would be more pleasing to the eyes than me. Probably would be better looking. Alright, almost there. Feel like that guy on Star Wars. Almost there. I don't remember his name, but he was like the red leader for the assault on the Death Star. Huh. Dude. Looking clean, huh? All right, how's that cable management for you guys? Is that clean? Hey, Steven. You put Linux Mint on your computer today. That's right. I'm a dual booting on operating on separate drives. Nice. Some giant idiot. You like things a little dirty. Well, now. Here, let me bump the camera and give you guys a little bit of a head rush. Give me that rat nest. There's no rat nest. We can't do rat nests here. But I mean, that looks clean. Super clean. All right, let's package all this up real quick. Get our mess cleaned up. And then we will be firing this up, see what it looks like, and make sure it posts. And then we'll move on to the next build. Another one. Alright, so total twist ties on that build was just 4 of them. So we're at 4 twist ties. 4 twist ties total for the day. Some giant idiot said that we're going to have a total of 13. Might want to reconsider that number. I'm probably going to leave the glass panel off for this. You guys want to see if the let's see if the capture card is going to capture. It doesn't like certain ports or certain cards when in the BIOS. We'll see if we can fit something. We will see. Hold on one second. We'll get started here in just a moment. Reboot the capture card real quick. Maybe. Oh. I think I just hurt myself. Get that side view going. We'll reposition that camera a little bit here. Go up. A little too much. A little too much. Very good. All right. Who is ready to see this thing fired up for the first time? Rotate 13 degrees. To the right. Like that? Oh, you mean this way. Fire it up. Alright, let's fire it up. I'm gonna see if I can grab the capture card. Ah, crap. Everything's just getting messed up now. Whatever, I'll... Capture card isn't displaying anyway. At least with this card. Where's my capture card now? Yeah, you. Go to sleep. There we go. We're gonna switch it to the HDMI. Bypass. Bypass that capture card. It's either that or it's not posting. Oh boy. But we do have the green light. I think I just need to reboot it since I switched. There we go, we got a post. That's all we needed to see, is a post. So what do you guys think of the first one? What CPU and GPU are you using? So this is the Ryzen 5 5600X 3D. And it's on a B550 Plus, which is an Asus TUF Gaming motherboard. And then the graphics card is an RX 6600 8GB GDDR6 128-bit PCIe 4.0. The cooler we're using here is a Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE. And it's got the two 120mm addressable RGB fans, PWM. And then we're using G.Skill Ripjaws 5. 16GB total, two 8GB sticks. DDR4 3200 megahertz at CL16 with a 650 watt power supply powering it. Three 140 millimeter fans, addressable RGB PWM on the front. One 140 millimeter fan, white PWM on the back. And the case is by Montech. It's the Montech Air 903 Max. That's the PC. It's beautiful. Alright guys, we can shut it down and move on to the next one. How about that? We'll save, exit. Mr. BIOS, we will be back. Dad bot approved? Awesome. Come on. I'm using the same cooler, only gray color. Yes. It's, yeah, they have like a, I think a black one and a gray one, white. They have a few different colors. And then they have non-RGB and oops, and RGB. Hey, thanks Carol over on Facebook for the like. Appreciate you. For anybody who's wondering, that's my grandma. way it goes. All right, Aiden, you're next. Let's go back to the top-down view. You can stare at, I don't know, pretty black mat. Will I go grab these parts? Hold on. Oh. Whew. So, funny story about the box for the CPU. The box was destroyed. So, the CPU is fine though. We've got RAM, SSD, fans, and then this is how they ship things now without putting them in a box. Well, that's a 4060. And then I've got Frozen Note. Where's the motherboard? Should be B760 here. And a power supply. And I thought there was cables with this one too. No, we went standard. Hold on, I gotta find the motherboard. I've got an ATX B760 here, and I'm actually not sure what that's for, but it's an ATX board. I either ordered the wrong one, or I've got something mixed up here. Hold on. That's better. All right, so we got everything here. I'm not losing my mind. And I need one of these. Of course it's Zotac. Why wouldn't it be Zotac? What's wrong with Zotac? Oh, for putting the label on there? That was actually... no, the case is down here. It's the Amanson? What do you want to call it? Amanson H08. Same one that we built in actually yesterday. Except it's white. You got a lot of beef with Zotac. What? What's wrong? i5 12400 or 13400? Oh. This is actually a 12600K. So it's got the 10 cores, 16 threads, and a 4.9 gigahertz max turbo. Their customer service was garbage. I'm sorry. I've honestly not had too many issues with Zotac. Haven't had too many issues with them. They've treated me pretty well, actually, so maybe you just had a couple of bad reps you were working with, but I'm sorry to hear that. But for the most part, anytime I have a problem with a card, Zotac card, I can send it in. Nope, really, no questions asked, and get it replaced, and all I do is send an email for the RMA request and start it there, and it's pretty quick. They scalped us during the GPU shortage. They were actually one of the few on their website that had lower prices than everybody else. But I mean, if you can't say they scalped us, because literally everybody was doing it, and it's supply demand. So I mean, I mean, I don't know. Who knows the story, the full story behind it? Like some of the components to make some of their cards, or to make their cards, maybe they were charging more because the demand was higher. And that was the case during COVID. The demand was high, so there was a shortage on top of a high demand. Their MSRP was 40% above others, directly from their website. You got B760, I was thinking non-overclocking. No, this does have some overclocking features, but nothing super crazy. But it's going into a micro ATX case, so the only thing we could have done is a micro ATX Z790 or Z690 maybe. But those are still actually pretty expensive. You had to buy a 3080 for $1,300. You want to know how much I spent on my MSI RTX 3070 Ti? This was like at the peak of the crappiest time to buy a graphics card a couple years ago. I spent $2,000 on my graphics card. It was actually for a customer who backed out of the build after I already ordered all the parts, and I couldn't return that card, so I just kept it for myself and ate the cost. It was like $2,100 for the RTX 3070 Ti. I mean, in this, when you have somebody buying a PC from you, they're kind of expecting it within a certain amount of time, so I can't wait on a back order. You're buying directly from Zotac. I was getting them wherever I could get them at the time. Anywhere, really, because it was so hard to find them. You couldn't buy them on Amazon unless they were super scalped. Like, anything on Amazon was 500% more than what the actual cost was. But during that time, it was stupid. I actually told a lot of people that came to me for PCs, hey, wait until this is over, because it will eventually dissipate. And then you could build a much better PC for a much better cost if you can hang in there just a little while longer. And then the A750 Intel GPU is $179.99 now. Yeah, they started out what, at like $250 or something like that, or $300 when they launched. I think the A750 you can find them for cheaper now. But Aiden, are you here? This build is actually going to be built for Aiden, who was in the YouTube channel earlier chatting, asking about his build. This is, I believe, a Christmas present from his parents. But they are a local customer, so super excited to meet them when they come pick up. I tell people wait for the GTA 6 PC release now instead of wait for lower price. Well, that might be a long time from now. Let's do this. All right, Solo Aiden, let's go. Lower prices is dead. Yeah, I mean, we kind of hit that all-time low on cost for hardware. 2023 was right around September, end of September, rolling into October. you could get like an RTX 4090 as an example. A month ahead of that, they were like 20 or 1800, 1900, 2000 in that price range. And then you could get, all of a sudden, you could get a 4090 for 1600 bucks. 4090 is sold out. Actually, I think they're still available on the Zotac website in stock. If somebody's looking for a 4090, you can still get one there. And I know your opinion on Zotac, but they are there. Maybe if you are close to Micro Center, the closest one in 3 states away. I live in Washington. Oh, jeez. 4090s are being shipped to China due to the US ban. Yeah. They're trying to get as much inventory over there as possible before it's all closed out, right? Yeah. Yep, I'm aware of that. Kind of sucks for us because somebody comes to me and says, hey, I want a 4090 build, and I'm like, well, it'll be an extra $500 than you thought, because 4090s are impossible to get, and the ones that you can get are like $500 more than what they're worth. Oh. And it's, I think they should probably be like a $1,300 card, honestly, and everything else should step down, you know? I think $2,000 is a little ridiculous for a card. Hey, wait, I bought one. But it worked out that way. Because I couldn't return it. All right, Aiden, let's go. Let's do this thing. Let's go through and run through the build list. Today, I know we don't have a box for it, but it was in a box, I promise. The box is just not presentable. Unfortunately. But that happens with shipping these days. This is a Core i5-12600K. Was supposed to be a KF on our build sheet, but we have the K because, again, just like yesterday, the KFs were out of stock when we went to order. So we had to get the Ks, which is actually, it just has, it's unlocked, and it also has onboard graphics, which you don't need onboard graphics for your build, but just for your awareness. Thermalright Frozen Note Liquid AIO Cooler. That's 240 millimeters on the radiator with two 120 millimeter PWM addressable RGB fans. We do have an MSI B760 Micro ATX A Wi-Fi DDR4 motherboard here. We're going to be using 32 gigs of DDR4 3200 megahertz at CL16. And that's actually a typo on the invoice because that's carried over across all of these builds now. Which is actually, I have it listed here as 16 gigs, but it's actually 2 times 16 at 32 gigs. So there is an error on the invoice. Sorry about that. And the 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe PCIe 4.0. It's a Gen 4 drive, and that's by Team Group. This is their T-Force Cardir Zero. Cardir Zero. Super fancy name. And then the Zotac Gaming RTX, NVIDIA RTX, GeForce RTX 4060, which has got 8 gigs. It's GDDR6. It's 128-bit, and it's a PCI 4.0 card, which will be running PCI 4.0 with the CPU and motherboard combination. So it's awesome. And then the Amanson H08 dual chamber micro ATX tower, which has got tempered glass on the front, tempered glass on the side, and then the power supply is installed on the back side, as well as any additional storage or all the cables and whatnot. It's all on the back side, so it keeps the front where you want to see everything, what you want to see, all nice and clean and organized, and it looks pretty attractive. Then we've got a total of 5 additional 120 millimeter fans by Thermalright. These are in white, and they're addressable RGB, so we're gonna have 2 on the bottom of the case, 2 on the side of the case as intake, and then 1 on the rear as exhaust, as well as the cooler being mounted to the top of the case. So there's fans throughout the build. It's going to fill it out very nicely. And then we have the 750 watt 80 plus bronze power supply, which is semi-modular, and it's an ATX PSU with black cables. So who's ready to get started on this thing? Seems everyone on YouTube is close to a Micro Center. Most are not, yes. I was actually very lucky. I grew up next to this Micro Center over here in Madison Heights, Michigan. very close to it. So I'm about like 30 minutes away from our Micro Center. And I can pretty much just walk in there and get anything I need anytime. Most of the time, although, like I had mentioned before, they have limitations on how many things you can buy of specific things. So if, for example, my account had tried to buy 2 of these CPUs at Micro Center, they would have said, no, you can only buy 1, and wouldn't let me buy the second one, for example. So it's very limited for YouTubers or builders, unless you are a partner with them. Then you can work out a limit problem. Me? You ready? All right, let's get going. Get started on this build. I'm going to take some of this and move it, set it aside here, because we don't need to sit here and look at everything. So we'll get it out of our way. And we'll get started with these items here, which is the CPU, the RAM, the SSD. Alright, so this is a B760M by MSI. It's the M-A. It's actually one we just built with in the last build we did yesterday. I remember you had no idea MC limited people from buying stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, because their prices are so cheap. They don't want you to come in there, buy it, and then relist it like on Amazon and make $30 off of each one you sell. So they force you to only buy one. You remember them checking my ED and log it? Yeah, because they'll actually log the fact that you are buying that product. Especially if you're paying cash. If you're paying cash, they will check your ID. They're anal about it. I'm not gonna lie. They're all about making sure you follow their rules. Their rules or the highway. Alright, so I'm gonna pop this open and drop this 12600K down in there. And that's to protect the pins. And then we're going to use our LGA 1700 contact frame. And that's by Thermalright. And we'll remove the stock brackets here and replace it with the contact frame. You bought 3? Yeah, you can probably sneak in and buy one as long as you're buying them at separate times. But if you try to buy them all at once, generally they won't allow it. I had a long conversation with the manager last week about this. I even asked them to sell it to me at, you know, the normal price and not the sale price. as an example, and they still said they would not do it. So it's about the inventory, not about pricing. The amount of people not using these LGA 1700 contact frames are too damn low. Yeah. All right, let's get to the RAM, and then we'll move on to the SSD, and then we'll get the hardware for the cooler. You bought the same anti-bending plate for your 2900 KS? Yes. You thought it should help with the temps? Yeah, it should. And I know you mentioned, I think yesterday, that you didn't see any good results on that, though. Oh, come on. That was kind of ridiculous. Voigt. Hey, Dabbit. You build damn good, durable PC. Thanks. I wish you could see the damage I needed. 2 new fans and case, that's it. What do you mean? Yeah, stuff happens. I'm good to go now. Who'd you piss off? A female? What are you talking about? So the PC you built me, someone picked it up, smashed it 2 times. I took all the parts and put it in a new case. Every single part was perfectly fine. What? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I just read it. Who would do that? Was that during, like, shipping, or... This world's messed up. Yeah. It was a girl? I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. That's terrible. I am so sorry that happened. But the way it happened, I'm already like envisioning, and it made me laugh a little bit. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, she smashed your 280 hertz monitors? Damn. That's what I'm really sad about. Yeah, those are not gonna be fixable. Oh, it was a girlfriend's drunk ass best friend. Why would she do that though? Did she have beef against you or something? A fully decked out PC are like what, 50 pounds? Yeah, I know. I don't remember the exact build we did for you, Dabbit. But nah, best believe I'm gonna go to court though. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Definitely take her ass to court. Holy crap. I think that's the first time I've ever heard that happening outside of maybe an Xbox getting ripped off, you know, the TV and thrown out a window by an angry girlfriend. But that's what I'm envisioning, is an angry girlfriend walking over and taking her computer and throwing it or something. 1660 Super. What year did we build it? This year? I'm so sorry. I've worked with so many people. I'm also getting old. 2 years ago? Yeah. Dang, that's crazy, man. I am so sorry. You came to my house in Saginaw? Wow. Man, I was really white gloving it back then. Anyone do that to me is gonna have big problems? Yes, I 100% agree with you, Mr. Duck. That would drive me nuts. Holy smokes, that is crazy though. I am sorry to hear that. But you got the PC back up and running, right? Do you need any help with anything? Blue screen, and I was trying to buy your car. You wanted to buy my car? I still have it. The Cruze? The Chevy, was it the Chevy Cruze that I had? I still have it. Still runs. It's got a coolant leak right now, though. If you touch my 10K PC, that's it. Right? That is insane. To me, anyway. That somebody would do that. She obviously didn't know the value. She probably thought it was like a $50 TV screen. Little does she know, they're like probably $400 screens. Wow, that is just crazy. And with Christmas for the kids and all, I can't afford it. Yeah, not yet. I haven't even gotten to test it out, but got new monitors. Gotta buy new monitors. Well, I don't have anything like... I actually have my old... it's not old, but it's an Asus TUF 1080p. It's a 27-inch 1080p, 165 hertz. If you need a screen to use. It's sitting over here doing nothing right now. It's got a little dust on it. You could borrow it if you want. If you want to borrow it. Especially if you... I mean, that's about all I can say. You'll buy it happily, I get paid Friday? Nah. I don't know, like, you can have it for 50 bucks if you want to buy it. I would prefer to give you money so we keep our relationship good. I wouldn't care. I have another couple of customers out there that have stuff in mind. I forget about it. If you want the 1080p Was 165 hertz monitor. It's used. It's well used. It was my primary screen until I switched over to a 1440p panel. And I actually have it sitting on the floor right now because I haven't decided if I liked it. But I mean, I'm not gonna switch it. I'm done thinking about it. If you're being serious, I'm gonna send you my address. Yes, I'm being serious. If you want it and you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you for 50 bucks. In a DM. I think you should put it right here live in chat so everybody can see it. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, so we're getting the cooler out and we're getting the hardware for you. For this PC here, we're going to get the mounting hardware for the cooler on the board before we put it in the case. You only live like an hour and a half away. Yeah, that's a little bit of a drive. I don't know if I'll be able to make that drive anytime soon, if you're asking me to drive it. I think if you could come pick it up, that would be probably the best. Because I am just swamped over here right now. Unless you want me to ship it. But I don't think I have a box. I would prefer to come get it. Yeah. Whatever you want, man. If you want to come get it, you could come get it. If you want to ship it, we could ship it. I might be heading out that way in the next couple of weeks here, but it would be a couple weeks. Nope. Just in that general direction, and I could probably do a detour if you needed me to. Your car gets 35 miles a gallon. Yeah, no, you could come here. Just look up Empower Gaming Computers on Google Maps and you'll find it. That is me, and that is where it's located. And you can check out all the cool stuff we have here. Won't need that. Okay, so we are now ready to pull that case out and get this board mounted. Dang it. You guys have a storefront? Well, it's more like this is the Empower Gaming Computers studio, and we will have a storefront someday soon, but everything's built out of my house right now. So my house looks like a warehouse and a storefront. The first half of my house, anyway. I'm gonna bring the PC with me if that's okay. You can check things out. Yeah, bring it on by. So everything here is you know, we got all sorts of stuff here. So we've got security and cameras and all that here. But it's all out of my house right now. Until it makes sense to have a storefront, which we probably are pretty close to that. But most of my orders, you know, I have a few that get quite a few local customers, and it's really just a pickup and service location. Nobody like comes here to shop for a graphics card, or, you know, hey, do you have this? And then, you know, if it's something unique, then I'll order it. Make sure we get it in for them. But most of the time, we're not like a parts shop, we're a service shop. Thanks, man. I'll leave. You don't have to leave. See you on Monday. Yeah, see you on Monday, man. What's going on Monday? By the way, there's another twist tie. Another twist tie. We were at 4 from the last build, now that's 5. Anybody keeping count? Monday is 2 weeks from Christmas. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. It is. Holy crap. That actually brings up a good point. I need to start telling people. Usually around the 14th, there's a time frame I start telling people, hey, we're not going to get it done by Christmas. 14th is usually kind of our cutoff. But it also depends on how many orders we have in. Yeah, what's up? What? No. Running around. Did Bob go to sleep? Sorry, my daughter was asking me some questions. She wanted to have a conversation. All right. So this is the white case we're going to be assembling in. This is the Amundsen H08. Yep. Was that another freeloader? Make her build the next one. Actually, my older daughter, she can actually build a PC. She's currently passed out on the couch because she tries to stay up all night and thinks she can make it through school after pulling an all-nighter. She made it through school, but she passed out afterwards. But that one, the other one that was just here having a conversation, she's 2 years old, so not quite at the age of building yet. But I think every single one of my kids will know how to build a computer before they graduate high school, for sure. Because if they want their own computer, they have to classic freeloading. If they want their own computer, they have to build it. That's the rule. Well, she's only 11. So, the one that's staying up all night and passing out after school. She's 11 years old. And she's built her own PC. With Dad's help, of course, but he did it. Wait, don't forget the IO shield. Oh, thanks, guys. I'm glad you saved me. You let your 11-year-old stay up all night? We don't let her. I just give up on making sure she goes to bed. But the internet gets shut off. We're actually getting to the point where we're shutting power off now, too. But it's... I don't know what else to do. Like, she's bored out of her mind. There's nothing left to do. Because everything's shut off. And she still is stuck in this sleep pattern that she got herself in. It's not that I let her do it. I don't know what else to do at this point, though. She has basically no electronics and nothing to keep her, like, up all night. It's how you develop a reading by candlelight obsession. Probably. I mean, she takes care of her responsibilities at this point, so... But it's turned into quite the arguments about sleep schedules. So if anybody has good parenting recommendations on that, I'm all yours. All right. So we've got the motherboard installed. Very nice. Right. Now we can start plugging some stuff in and get some fans installed. Get the power supply installed. Somewhat in that order. And then we'll get the cooler installed. There we go. We got some stuff plugged in. Yay. Hey, Jeff, what's up? Hello, hello. Anyways, I'm going to go do some adulting as well. Catch you on the other time. Another time. Yes, sir. Thank you for hanging out with us. Some giant idiot. Good hanging out. So what's going on, Jeff? How's it going over there? Yeah, I think we're ready to slap some fans in here. So here's where the twist tie count goes up. And of course, some giant idiot conveniently leaves before he lost. Just getting home from work, figured I'd check it out. Hey, yeah, check it out, man. I will be your 300 subscriber. Oh, nice. Actually, I didn't know that we were that close over on YouTube. Let me go pull it up. I want to see it change. Dr. Infinity. Infinite? Sorry. Oh, nice. We actually have 301 now. Thank you for subscribing. I was the only one talking to you on Messenger this week about my son. Oh, right. Gotcha, man. By the way, I actually talked to quite a few people right now about their son's computer. So if I sound dumbfounded, that's why. Like, I have talked to probably 3 Jeffs too. No offense. It's been crazy busy lately. So, but no, I'm glad you jumped in to hang out and check it out. Right now we're building an order, which is actually a Christmas, I believe it's a Christmas gift. Aiden, or yeah, you tell me if that's the case or not, but I think it was for Christmas. Well, no worries. Most of these are going to be Christmas orders, Christmas builds. So, generally, if you look at how many builds we do throughout the year, I think we're at 682 right now. Technically, we're at 683 after that last one we just did. We do about half of our orders during this month. So, you're going to see that number spike. It's just everybody waits till about Christmas to make it special, which I think is awesome. Puts a lot of stress on us, but we always get it done. I've lost count on the twist ties, but I'm pretty sure after these 3 fans, there was 6 twist ties on that load. We're just getting into installing the fans on this piece. And then we'll, after we get all these fans installed, we'll move on to getting cooler installed for the power supply, then the cooler. But to make it difficult for us to get that plugged in. It is. Gotta go. Well, thanks, Doctor. Thanks for stopping in and becoming our 300 subscriber. Aiden, it is. So, Aiden, is your mom gonna make you wait for Christmas? I mean, it's obviously not a surprise if you're here watching. Not anymore. Yes. Oh. Oh, darn. My mom would have done the same thing to me too, so it's okay. And we do the same thing to our kids. Oh gosh. So he's the one that spilled the beans, not mom. Because they actually told me to put it in like a super old looking computer case. Your parents actually told me to put it into like a super old computer case so it looks like an old computer. But then when you fire it up and play a game on it, it's like super fast. Weird. Bro, GPUs are so expensive now and rare. Yes. I was warning you guys last week. You're buying a GPU, and I keep saying it pretty much every stream actually now, but if you're buying a GPU, get it done now. We're going into another shortage. It's going to be, I'm hoping not as ugly, but it's going to get bad. It's going to get bad. The great GPU shortage of 2023 and 2024. Imagine all the expensive graphics cards. Sucks for me because nobody wants to build a PC when graphics cards are that expensive. You know? I kind of get screwed out of all of that. I don't see any of that extra money. Of course not. Not unless I bought all of them and scalped everybody. For their price, you know. But I'm not that type of dude. So, I have morals. And a conscience. Could you come over here, please? Sir. Thank you. So Aiden, did you chatting to your parents about that? See what they say? 2K for a 4090 guy. That's cheap right now. 2K is cheap. Try like $2,400 right now if you want it like in 4 days. We just came out of one. Yeah, somebody brought up I think it was some giant idiot earlier in the Twitch chat. The reason why, one of the reasons, is because of the closure to China. So a lot of cards are currently getting shipped to China to build up inventory over at China. So US gets screwed out of the RTX 4090s right now. I'd rather go pick it up, right? No, I mean, that's not shipping costs. That's just like Amazon price right now. Go look on Amazon. Look at RTX 4090s. They're going to be like $2,400 before tax. And that's where we're at today. I mean, if you could pick it up, I would rather do that too, because at least you know that you're getting the product you're getting when you order a $2,400 graphics card. Until you open the box up and find out it's just a brick. Have you ever had that happen before? I have. That was during the RTX 3000 shortage. And it was actually purchased on Amazon. It was an open box return. Try explaining that to Amazon and see how they react. So you open the box and there was a brick inside. So if somebody bought it, took the card out, returned it with a brick, and then Amazon didn't check and they relisted as an open box. So imagine trying to explain that to Amazon support. Yeah, so I opened it up and instead of a $2,000 graphics card, there's a brick. At first, they didn't believe me. I actually had to send them photos. And the only reason why they believe me is because I buy so many parts and had a low return rate. So, I'm gonna go check out Micro Center. Yeah, you could check them out, but I don't think they're gonna have anything. Oh boy. I'm just thinking about all the 4090 builds that I'm probably gonna get asked to do. I mean, why do you think my Titan on my website is so expensive right now? Them 4090s, bruh. It's almost half the cost of the build. A little more than half. You ate your dinner? Yep, they're out. That doesn't surprise me. I haven't seen an RTX 4090 there in a while. Trust me, I'm watching. You found one for $2,700. No, thank you. Hey, go look at Zotac's website. Aiden, thanks for the subscription over there 12 minutes ago. Sorry about the delay on that notification. Adam over at Facebook, thank you for the like. I suck at these because I never ever keep up with them. I apologize ahead of time. What else? This window is so small. Lewis, thank you for the like. That was almost an hour ago. Sorry about that. Stuff like that. Terrible at this. No problem. Thank you. So what do you think of your PC so far? I know it doesn't look like much yet. But we gotta put the puzzle together. This is our Quantum Prime. Good, good. Awesome. So next, now that we've got these plugged in, or installed, these two side fans, we're going to get the power supply installed, which is going to power the system. Hence its name, power supply. But we want to make sure we get all these connections done before we put the power supply in. It's going to be very difficult to get down there with the power supply right here. Get these all plugged in. So doing this now is going to make it easier after. Ah, crap. I need to route this bad boy like this. Much better. All right, now we're ready for the power supply. 750 watts. 80 plus bronze. Semi-modular. $1,800, not bad. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, man. It's Zotac, which is not a bad brand. And they still have them. And they give you free shipping, too. They still have white or black ones. See? You've got value out of the stream. But I already bought a GPU water block. Ah! You can't do that in a shortage time. You gotta buy the GPU first, then the water block. You're better off, honestly, it's gonna be cheaper for you to send that water block back. And then buy the Zotac water block. It will be cheaper than buying the graphics card. The graphics card, that's gonna probably be at like $700 more than the Zotac. Keep that in mind. Because that is just stupid expensive. Think about it. Twist ties, we're well over 13 now. But I mean, hanging out here, watching the stream just saved you $700. And I would totally just send that water block back. They make Zotac water blocks. Because I think that one's the Trinity OC. Come here. Come here, power supply. Don't argue with me. Just go in there. And now we got to route some of these cables. Get in there. All right, we're getting closer and closer here. Okay, found a water block on EK. Nice. Very big power supply. Yeah, it's so the 750 watts is so that you can go up to like a 4070. Well, almost 4070 Ti if you wanted to. But 4070 is probably the limit. And you're starting out with an RTX 4060. Very efficient power supplies, though. Very efficient. But okay, we are ready to grab that cooler and get the cooler installed. CPU cooler. We do have to rotate the fans around, though. They are facing the wrong way. The cables. And then we got to do these twist ties. Lovely twist ties. Everybody knows how I love twist ties. Love twist ties so much. They're my favorite. We're gonna send these cables to the back of the PC real quick. Kind of route them. Go on, get back there. All right. I just realized we did not open these screws up. Nice. Just what you want to see when you're holding a radiator in place, ready to be screwed in. What kind of case am I using? Hey, what's up, the woman gang? The case is a Amason H08. So this is technically like really close to a knockoff Lian Li 011 Dynamic, but it's micro ATX and not an ATX tower. It's got the dual chamber though, same glass front panel and all that. So very similar to the 011 Dynamic, but it's micro ATX and it's knockoff. Definitely not the same quality, but fancy nonetheless. Still a cool, great looking case. A little bit thin on the metal, but with all the components in there, it's very sturdy. You have the Corsair 4000D airflow, great airflow, but lots of diamonds. Yeah, I could believe that. Probably pulls that hair in. It's like, I always tell people, you know, your PC is going to act like a whole room air filter. So whatever's in the air is going to be in your PC. But the Corsair 4000D, the only problem that I have with it is probably the lack of large radiator support at the top of the case. So you're kind of forced to put like an AIO at the front as an intake, and it kind of sucks. To me, I'd prefer to put it on the top. I honestly thought it was smaller for a minute. Yeah, it is. It's tight. I actually had somebody, I think they were trying to do like a 2080 Ti in there a long time ago, back when the 4000 was out. And because that's how long it's been out. It's been out for a while. They were trying to put a 2080 Ti in there, and it was too short, or the case wasn't long enough. It was only not long enough because they had an AIO on the front. So we ended up having to replace the case, because not running the 2080 Ti wasn't the option at the time for them. And I honestly do not build a lot with Corsair. There's mostly because of the Corsair tax. Yeah, the lack of space for the PSU cables. Yeah, that's another problem. The thing I buy is RAM and tubing from there. From where? EK? I like their fittings. That's probably the most I like, and I like their blocks, as well as their distribution plates. It does make building open loops very simple. You follow the distribution block, but they are not cheap. Oh, Corsair, gotcha. No, yeah, Corsair's liquid coolant stuff is actually relatively on the cheaper side versus like EK. Corsair could be cheaper. My cousin actually gave me 2 sticks of Tough RAM 3600 16 gigabytes for last year for Christmas. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. You got a little bit of an upgrade there. He changed them for Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro 4000 megahertz 64 gigabytes. Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. You got a free upgrade out of it for Christmas? That's what I used to do to my brothers every time I upgraded. Give them my old stuff. Don't really do that anymore. They all got jobs now. All right. So that is the thermal paste that we just applied. And we just need our bracket that I forgot about. Oh, get on there. Let's go. And I think I'm gonna keep it on the side this time. There's something that I was thinking about after I did the other one and I changed it. Because the pump is in line on this cooler. It's in line, so it doesn't matter. And I'm using Lego mount to keep it from sagging. Oh, the graphics card? 6650 XT mech. Yeah, it's a pretty large card. They do have some pretty good sized coolers on them. The mech is a heavy cooler, I know that. And then you change that from the 4070 or to a 4070, yeah. The 3X, the Ventus 3X by MSI, that is a long card, so it does have a lot of weight sticking out on the backside, and it will sag over time. So that's good that you have something there. Lego mount, I mean, it's going to work fine. All it needs to do is support the card. You need to build a PC for yourself at some point. I hate how big your case is. What case do you have, Jeff? Well, I'm using his RAM sticks right now. 12600K B660 Tomahawk DDR4. Nice. Pretty solid build, sir. It's actually pretty close to this one that we're building. This one's a 12600K with 32 gigs of DDR4, 3200 megahertz, and a 2TB Gen 4 M.2 SSD with an RTX 4060. Then we've got the liquid cooler in a cool looking case. Another twist tie. I'm gonna have to take a break between the next build. My back is hurting. Okay though. You might be able to push through it. Talking to myself. My feet that get sore after standing a while. Come on. There we go. We have white zip ties for the white case. My PC takes up so much of my desk space. What if you want... I'm losing it. Can't see what it said. It already moved on. Cat already scrolled. Get back here. Thanks, my PC takes up so much of my desk space. Let's see. My current PC... crap. Alright, just resend it. Because I'm not going to try to scroll through here. I'm sorry. I missed it. I'm trying to build and read at the same time. You'll have to resend that comment. I'm sorry. I scroll up and then how I'm doing it with the tool that I'm doing it is not the greatest. Should fix that though and make the chat window a little bit bigger. Oh, right. He built it like 45 years ago and it was all top of the line at the time. What CPU are you using, Jeff? What CPU are you using? i7 4770K. Yeah, that's aging. It could probably still handle 1080p, but that CPU is probably not going to handle things like Windows 11. And I bet Valorant probably complains about not having that TPM. Yeah, it's going to be a whole new motherboard, CPU, RAM at that point. It may have been 6. It's been a while. Nope. You try to sell him your old stuff? Suggestion 12th or 13th gen. My suggestion. I mean, right now, do me a favor if you have a Micro Center nearby, or Ryzen 5 77. Do me a favor if you have a Micro Center nearby. Okay, open up Micro Center's website and go to their CPU motherboard RAM bundles and take a look at the 12900K with the Z790 and 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM. It's $399.99, $400. You can't beat that price anywhere. You have to pick it up, and it sucks that you have to pick it up and you have to go in the store. But if you have one nearby, I highly recommend that. And you'll probably want the contact frame as well, which is actually what I used in this PC. The contact frame by Thermalright helps with the size of the CPU, keeps it from kind of bending or buckling under pressure, so that there's better, flatter contact to the cooler, and it helps with cooling. You live in East Point, Michigan, and work a block from Micro Center. I'm 14 and John and R. Well, I'm there like every other day, it feels like. But then, yeah, definitely go on Micro Center's website and check out that deal. I don't know if they're still in stock, but here. But they were last time I was there. And that is a sick deal. You'll need a new Windows license unless it's activated on your Microsoft account. But other than that, it's, it's going to be pretty simple swap. And then you probably want to reinstall Windows after the fact, because you're going to want to reinstall those chipset drivers and all that. The new chipset. I don't know. I think it's just going to be cleaner if you reinstall Windows for that. Usually what I recommend. Oh dear God. Not a fan of what it looks like there, but not much I can do. Ah, crap. Not this again. The nearest one is Atlanta. Oh, geez. To be honest, some of these motherboards are just ugly. Yeah, I agree. Some of them are. And, for the price you pay on some of the motherboards, you'd think you'd at least have, like, I don't know, like a digital code reader, whatever those are called. And you don't get them. You get these little lights, and sometimes you don't even get lights on the price for these. It's kind of stupid. Oh, this pisses me off, Zotac. Zotac shipped it like this, okay? And it wasn't even sealed. Come on, Zotac. Brand new RTX 4060. You gotta be kidding me. I just lost a screw down there. I gotta find it before we fire this thing up. I think it went into the onto the motherboard there. You're a fan of those boards covered with the I/O shields and the heat sinks? It makes them look awesome, yeah. That's why I went with the Tomahawk. Yeah, the big heat sinks are cool looking. I agree with that. Trying to find that screw. It's in there somewhere. Not good. Well, this sucks. I thought it would fall out if I flipped it over upside down, but nothing. I don't know where this thing went. And I can't see it anywhere. Check inside the GPU, that's where I'm going right now. Shouldn't have finished plugging it in. I thought it would just fall right out though. Nothing. I'm just hoping it didn't get lodged somewhere. We don't want it lodged. right? Like, I don't hear anything moving. It had to have fallen out somewhere externally. Like, shot somewhere. Oh. It's right there. It was right there. Son of a bee. Well, we found it, so I feel better. It was even on the white. Dope. But you don't ever want to turn your computer on if you drop the screw down inside it. And there's a possibility that it's shorting something. Not good. Always locate the screw that falls in. All screws have been accounted for. Looking good, yeah? All right, let's put the back panel on. Put the glasses on, and let's fire it up. Hey Aiden, are you still here? You ready to see this thing? And always take off the wrapper from the case so there's no voltage inside the case. Yes. Hey, what? The tear of death. What about the IO shield part of motherboard says MSI? Oh, the IO shield. Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it, was maybe it fell in there. But it kind of fell off on an angle, so it made sense where it was. But I didn't see it when I looked over there. I guess I'm just blind. I don't know. Nice talking to you. See you later. Yeah, we'll see you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. See you guys. Have fun with the PC. Thank you. We're actually almost ready to fire it up if you wanted to see it. I just got to get it plugged in and we'll fire it up. I'm sorry, I'm slow. Quality over quantity. Not sure I like that bulge of wires there at the top. We'll have to do something about that. Although there's not a lot I can do. Other than go in the back and zip tie it more to the left. Yeah, you were talking to Wami. Or Woomy. Yep. I knew that. I caught on. I had to read up the chat. I'm just a slow reader. a slow builder. I'm a slow reader. Not going into the next comment that I was thinking. Never mind. Keep it cheat rated. Alright, I'm just picking up some of this junk here. Putting the screws back in the bag. They're going to be sent out with the PC. Alright, Aiden, are you ready to see this thing fired up for the first time? Are you excited? I'm excited, it's not even mine. He says, yeah. All right. How about in 3, 2, 1. Oh. Well, you know, sometimes you gotta slow down because you forget things like the power switch on the back. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. So cool. It's pretty badass. The Quantum Prime is probably my favorite, like, micro ATX build. Just because of the potential in the build. Its beauty. Thank you. So cool. Wow. Nice. Well, Aiden, this is your PC, sir. Now we just got to get through the battle-tested phase and all the Windows drivers. Still hasn't posted, which I find interesting. It says it should be posting. Might help to actually plug the HDMI cable. I don't know why I didn't do that. 'Cause I'm special. So special. You're like, this guy built my computer? I'm getting tired, okay? It's been a long day. I'm going to shut it off and reboot it because I didn't have that HDMI plugged in. Motherboard says it should be posted. Voila! Post! There she is, in all her glory. All right. Well, we've got a post here, so now we can move on to the next build. We got one more to do tonight. One more. That'll be 3 for the stream. We're at 3 hours. I do want to take a like 5-minute break, so I'm going to hold us here looking at Aiden's beautiful PC, completed PC, and I will be right back in probably about 5 minutes because I have been standing and I need to refill my drink, and I've been standing for like 3 hours. So I'm going to take a quick restroom break and refill my liquids, and I will be back in about 5 minutes or so. Be right back. Your new PC! Look at it! Yeah, we're back. Sorry about that. I just needed a little bit of a refresh there. Alright, so let's shut this bad boy down. And let's start on the next one. Y'all ready for this, right? Build number 3 for the stream. Nice PC, thank you. What's up, Metal Spring? Over there on the Twitch. Oh boy. All right, who's up next? Number 3? Yeah, I've been streaming for 3 hours. Living life, been at my current job for almost a year now. Nice. It's cool, man. Are you happy with it? All right. Eli. The next build is for an Eli. Actually, I'm surprised Mern isn't over here. To a certain extent, overall, it's better than working in a restaurant. Excuse me, that box was loud. Yeah, I hear you. It's another Zotac card. Hey, thanks for this follow, Lay. Is it Lale Acid? Lale. I think it's Lale Acid. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. We're going in and doing the third build of the stream. What am I missing? Well, that just happened. That just happened. I don't know. Maybe it should go... Where do I fit all this? It's like playing Tetris on the table. Then one of these. Alright. So this build is for Eli. Layla, you can say. Thank you. Because it looks like Lale Acid. Right? I'm sorry. I'm not very good at reading. I'm terrible with the English language. It's a mix of it. Yeah, okay. So I was on the right track. Layla and Acid. Got it. I will remember that. All right, so we're going to be starting off for Eli's build. This is going to be an i7 13700K. It's got 16 cores, 24 threads, a maximum boost of 5.4 gigahertz. We've got the Thermalright LGA 1700 contact frame, because that's what we do for this LGA 1700 socket. We're going to be using probably, where is it? It's either going to be Noctua or Thermal Grizzly thermal paste. And then we've got a Deepcool LT720 liquid AIO cooler, which is going to be cooling the CPU. We've got a Asus Prime Z790P Wi-Fi ATX motherboard. This is actually one of the bundles from Micro Center, believe it or not. And we have a DDR4, 64 gigabytes of DDR5. Just want to make sure I actually ordered 64. I did. So I've got 64 gigabytes of CL36. I think this is 5600 megahertz at CL36. And we've got, that's going to be dual channel kit. It's Ripjaws, G.Skill Ripjaws S5 series for the DDR5. And then we have an RTX 3050 8 gig. And everybody here might be wondering, why do we have an i7 13700K and all this RAM, but only an RTX 3050? And it's because it's not necessarily going to be a gaming PC. It is, the 3050 is there for certain features on an RTX card that he wants, but it's mostly going to be used for many different things. So it's not necessarily a gaming machine, but we needed CPU horsepower, we needed RAM, and we needed fast NVMe storage. So that's what we got here. And we've got a good balance with cooling. So it's really CPU top heavy, CPU RAM heavy. And it's designed that way because it's not necessarily going to be used for gaming. Very unique, yes. But he needed, he's going to be plugging in 4 monitors, and the 3050 is going to handle that. And then there were some other features that I liked on the RTX 3050 that he will be using it. But it's, if I remember correctly, he's got a whole bunch of monitors that he's plugging in. And that was the main reason. And he's going to drive high resolution. So we wanted to make sure there wasn't any speed issues. So we wanted to make sure we put a graphics card in there. And the 3050 is going to buy him a ton of time for what he's doing. It's not going to get outdated anytime soon. So, and the VRAM on there is nice. Probably could have gone with a smaller card, maybe. But anyway, then we've got a 750 watt. So that way, if he ever did want to upgrade anything in here, he is able to do so with the 750 watt gold. It also has the PCIe 5.0 ready on this power supply. So the 16 pin cable is already on here. At least it's not low res. Oh yeah, it's not going to be, definitely not going to be low res. But it's going to support the screens that he wants, and it's got the horsepower that he's going to need to get his jobs done quickly, efficiently, and effective. So the case we're going to be building in is also the Air, the Montech 903, or the Montech Air 903 Max, and this one's in black. And I think we're shipping this one too. So Eli, yes, I would highly recommend paying attention to the graphics card install, because this is probably going to be shipped uninstalled inside the computer, packaged up. So just keep that in mind. So you can clip when I tell you to clip if you want, and then you can hold on to that for installation purposes when you receive the build. But let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to remove some of these items off the table so we can get started with the items that we need. All right, so this is the Z790 Prime V, P as in Peter, by Asus. All right. You know what? We're going to start with the CPU. Get that in the socket, and then we'll do the Thermalright contact frame. I'll get zoomed in here so you can see what I'm doing. This cardboard likes to rip my hands up. There we go. Now we can see. Here's our Intel i7 13700K. And then we're not going to close it up because we're going to remove those and replace it with the LGA 1700 contact frame by Thermalright. But I place the CPU over the pins to protect the pins in case something slips. So the last thing I want is to damage these pins. And it can happen to the best of us. Good. Contact frame installed. Now we can move on to the RAM and the SSD. Then we'll get the cooler hardware out and get that on the motherboard before we put it in the case. So that'll kind of reduce the amount of work that we'll have to do inside the case. So I've got fat fingers. There we go. We've got 64 gigabytes of DDR5. It's 5600 megahertz at CL, what was it, 36? So it's 232 gig sticks. G.Skill Ripjaws S5. This looks like your Prime Z690. The reason I went with the Thermalright gray cooler. Yeah, it would be actually a very good combination of color there. Very cool. I would like that. Yeah, I don't think much changed on the 690 to the 790 Prime board. Not a whole lot changed. Finally, the hardware kit. All right, so this board is ready to go in the case. Let's get that case out. Are those Ripjaws G-Skill? Yes. They are Ripjaws S5 by G-Skill. PC is already starting to come together. Nice. I could definitely feel the weight of 3 builds in one stream starting to pile on. Standing here for... I guess I gotta invent a way to, like, be able to... At some point, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we start doing Windows installs in between and sit. Give the feet a break. It's not that I'm, like, tired. It's my back from bending over constantly is a little sore, and then my feet are starting to complain. I guess I should get a really thick rubber mat here. Don't know why I don't already have one here. Oh, that's kind of dumb not to have one. Go. Got that freed up. Freedom. All right, let's get these cables routed to their respected locations. We've got USB 3 and C, both of which head back north. Okay, and then we've got fan and RGB. RGB there, fan there. Got it. HD audio there. Power switch here. RGB connection. It's gonna also be here. And where's our PWM header thing, bopper? Did I not pull it down? Should be floating down here. Here it is. Oh, I didn't pull it down. Tons of RGB headers on this thing, though. So we're getting the power reset hard drive LED and power LEDs all plugged in here. There we go. And then the last one here on the bottom is the HD audio. And then we have USB 2.0, or I'm sorry, 3.0 and USB-C up here at the top. Go. And that looks fancy, clean. All those connections done. The reason why you went with 32 gigs of RAM was the time The Last of Us was using 22 of, holy crap, the 22 of 23 gigabytes of system RAM to play a game. Yeah, I know, play the game. A friend asked also if I should upgrade his RAM from 16 to 32. I said yes. I think that's a good recommendation, especially for The Last of Us. It does use quite a bit of RAM. It stacks up over time. The usage. It grows. All right, we're, I think we're ready to get this cooler in here. So, let's prep the cooler, because we gotta install the fans. This is a 360 millimeter AIO by, oh boy, one of these bastards fell off. 360 millimeter AIO by Deepcool. It is their LT720, which is a 360. And these fans are pretty cool. They're the FK120s. I think they have up to like 2,000 RPM. And they move a lot of air. We're going to set up this AIO as exhaust. So it's going to be exhausting out of the case. Keep bumping the microphone with my hat. Sorry. Alright, so now just need to undo these twist ties. Of course, there's more twist ties. So this build's going to be a little bit light on the RGB. The only RGB in the PC is going to be really on the front fans, and then the RGB on the AIO. Just the block itself that's on the CPU. Everything else is going to be blacked out. Unless the card has anything that lights up, but I don't remember that it does. The Last of Us does not use that much RAM. I thought it did. I thought I was known for that. Anymore. Naughty Dog came in and fixed a lot of problems. Oh, it doesn't use it anymore. That's just what I remember what it was known for, is RAM usage. Was a ram hog. Yeah. Trying to get this thing lined up evenly. Oh my gosh, my hand is grabbing me. My 11-year-old does not think that's funny. Alright, the radiator's almost done. Almost mounted. This build's gonna probably go pretty quick. It's really all we have left is power supply and graphics card. Guess we have to plug the pump in, but not much left. WW, hey, what's up? Kilton? Or Kilton? I don't know. Am I saying that wrong? Kilton? W. It is a W. It's been a long day. The W because we're getting through some of these builds. We desperately need to get through some of these builds. Oh, that didn't just happen. That sucked. I forgot there's paste already on this thing. One momento. Just so we don't scratch anything. Kilk was the right say, then Tim as letters, but oh, T-Y-N-M. But love the stream, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for explaining, because I am terrible at the English language. And I always want to make sure I'm not offending anybody. You know? Yeah, I can't wait. I'm trying to get the 12th gen i5. The i3 ain't cutting it. Yeah. The i3 is a good start. But when you start doing more on the PC, you're going to find that the i3 is limited to really just gaming. And then there's some titles, some games that are a little bit more CPU intensive. And then you need a little bit more horsepower. A little bit more horsepower under the hood. I try to get people to go to i5 or Ryzen 5 as much as possible when they're trying to like squeeze a budget build in. But I get it. I mean, the economy sucks right now, so you can always start with an i3 and upgrade later. Save some money. Put it towards whatever you need to put it towards as well. Which is basically the cost of living is so high. So it's going towards the cost of living. Right? Not wrong. Oh crap, I forgot we need paste. We removed the paste, you dingbat. Maybe you need to actually put paste on the CPU before you try to block it. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. And that's magnetic. Nice. I was thinking that, but I know I could upgrade to the i7 or i5, and my buddy and cousin had issues with the Ryzen 5000 series, so I didn't want to risk it, you know? Yeah. What issues did they run into with the 5000 series? Because I think the 5000 series has been really stable. It's really matured right now. I mean, it's been around for a while, a little bit. You know, so it's a mature platform. But if you're near a Micro Center, I've actually mentioned this quite a few times now today on the stream. Damn it. Excuse my language. If you're near a Micro Center, you can actually take a look at their website if you're local to a Micro Center, and you can reach one. Okay, why is that not threading? There we go. If you could reach a Micro Center locally, there's a really good deal. If you go on their website and take a look at their CPU, RAM, motherboard bundles, you can get a an Intel i9 12900K, a Z790, and 32 gigs of DDR5, 6000 megahertz. The RAM's not the greatest RAM, but it's pretty good. It's CL36, G.Skill Ripjaws S5. It's not, you know, the timing could be better, but I mean, it's really good for the price. And but you get the 12900K, the Z790, and the 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM for like $400 right now. It's like $399.99 plus tax. It's like $423 or something total out the door, which you cannot beat that anywhere. Even if you try to do like an i7 with a motherboard and RAM, wouldn't beat it. Not that kind. You just can't beat the combo. Talked about it a couple times on the stream, and it's because it's an unbeatable deal. Micro Center knows that. The problem is you have to actually physically go in order to get that deal. Because that's the whole idea of that deal, is so that you walk through those doors and spend more money with them. Oh boy. I forgot the pump's right there. Come on, fat fingers, work with daddy. You noticed, what? Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's an unbeatable deal. Intel Core i9 12900K, Asus Z790P, or V, Prime Wi-Fi, DDR5, G.Skill Ripjaws, computer bundle for $400. It's what I'm telling you, man. Might have to knuck on my next check, my build budget, but I spent $750. I built it, but gotta tell you, what matters in it. Got the MSI RGB Pro 32 gigabytes, 3600, and a 6650. That's not bad. I noticed random CPU spikes at idle, so I don't know. I need a new processor. It's not a bad processor. It's just there's software or something running on the PC that's asking it to run, or it's a Intel thing where it's slowing. It's actually slowing the processor down for green. You know, being more efficient with power. So, well, also Fortnite, I can't run above 60 F. What? Sorry for spam. You're not spamming. You said it was a RX 6650, and you're only getting 60 FPS. There's something wrong with the. There's something else wrong. Do you have your drivers installed for the chipset and the ME, or maybe not ME, but. Well, yeah, the Intel chipset, and then also the, motherboard. Just go to the motherboard manufacturer, make sure all the drivers are installed. Go to their website, make sure all the drivers are downloaded and installed, and then also make sure your AMD graphics card drivers are installed. But you should not, even with an i3, 1200F, you should not be only getting 60 FPS with that. You should be definitely driving more FPS than that. There's something wrong there. 60 FPS would be like an RX 570 4 gigabyte. And you have a 6650, which is an 8 gigabyte card, and it's way faster and it's got newer tech on it. Even with the i3, it should probably be pushing 144 frames in 1080p. Or 1440p. What screen resolution are you running? That's actually a really good question. I should have asked first. Shame on you, Ben. Shame. You'll have to check your motherboard. I thought it was a virus, but I checked and nothing popped up. Yeah, it's... What screen resolution are you running in Fortnite? 1080p? Yeah, hell yeah, you should be driving like 144 frames per second. Do you have VSync enabled in Fortnite? And then is your monitor a 60 hertz monitor? Oh my gosh, this is stuck. Check to see if VSync is enabled if you have a 60 hertz monitor. No, sir. That is weird. you want to schedule a remote session, I can jump in and take a look remotely. But I can tell you right now, hey, hello there. I can tell you right now that my schedule is pretty much booked all the way up until Monday. I might be able to squeeze a remote session in tomorrow morning if you're around your PC in the morning, Eastern time over here. But it's probably going to be more like Monday when I would be able to do it. So if you want to schedule a remote session, you and I can jump on a call. I'll remotely connect to your PC, and then we'll kind of go through things and try a couple different things to find out where the problem is, and then I'll make sure all the drivers are installed for you and updated, and then we'll test it. Run Fortnite. You do work in school in the morning? Gotcha. Yeah, so it would probably be, if you need an evening, it would probably be Monday evening that I can do it next. So just shoot me an email if you go to the website and hit the contact button, empowergamingpcs.com. Just submit, hey, can I schedule a remote support session? How's the previous PC build go with the dropped screw? We ended up finding the screw. The screw was sitting right over there. So it wasn't even in the PC. So, but that PC was fired up and it turned out amazing. So we got it posted. I forgot to flip the power switch, of course. When I installed, okay, bro, thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. Steven Anderson, when I installed Windows 11 Armory Crate, installed from ASUS, and I installed my drivers through those. Yes. So ASUS makes it easy. And as soon as you fire up the PC and install Windows for the first time, it'll pop up and ask you, hey, do you want to download and install Armory Crate? You do need an internet connection to do that, but it will install Armory Crate, and from the Armory Crate, you can actually install the drivers. And you use MSI Center, so then most likely if you use the MSI Center, it's the same mentality or the same thing as the Armory Crate, just different brand. It does have the updater in there. As long as that's all up to date, then your drivers should be updated. Forgets to switch the PCU on. Greatest tech. Wait, I've heard that before. I think that's somebody else that makes tech videos, isn't it? The greatest technician that's ever lived. Thanks. Hey, us techie dudes, we're really good at what we do, but we do stupid stuff like that. There's no harm in it. I mean, we're human. We can't be perfect all the time. Jeez. I'm joking with you. It's just ironic because, I'm like, hey, I'm a badass. I build PCs live on stream, but I can't remember to flip the power switch before I hit the power button on a moment, We all human. Yes, sir. Can't be avoided now. It has to happen at least once, and also to make it even worse, I don't know if anybody else is here from the last PC I built on the stream earlier, the second PC that we built. But the other thing I forgot to do was plug in the HDMI cable. So after we got the power and fired it up, I'm like, oh crap, it's not posting. Looked on the motherboard and it's got the post light, and I'm like, okay. Then I look back and I'm like, oh, there's the HDMI cable. So there was two things. It's proof that I'm getting tired. It's proof. Let's move on to power supply. Let's get this power supply in here, get the graphics card in here, do some cable management, and then fire this bad boy up and we'll call it a night. Since the RM850X has a 6-pin and a 2-pin, who needs to connect in order to make an 8-pin PC? Yeah, well, hold on. Literally, the first time I turned my PC on, I shut down. Reason, I didn't connect the PCIe cable, right? Yes. Since the RM850 has the 6-pin and the 2-pin, most power supplies do have that because some graphics cards only require the 6-pin, or they'll have a mixture of 8-pin plus 6-pin. So most power supplies will have the 6 plus 2 pin. So they don't really call it 8-pin PCIe, they call it the 6 plus 2 PCIe. you know. But yes. Luckily, first time I built it, only trouble I had was with the RAM and taking out your GPU. Oh yeah, you probably had issues with the little clip to pull out the GPU, right? That's very, very common, especially if you don't know it's there. And it's hidden. It's hard to see. So, you know, if you don't know it's there, and you're just like yanking at it like, well, won't you release? It's like trying to pull out, lift Thor's hammer. Ain't gonna happen. But I've heard about that a lot. You didn't see the GPU right? Ah, dang. So that probably gave you a little bit of discouragement, but the discouragement turned into self-satisfaction after you figured it out and got it up and running, right? Yes, I thought it was stuck. Oh no. It's meant to do that, I promise. Yeah, I was helping somebody on like a Facebook page once. And I can't remember what it was, but my sentence to them was, please just trust in me, it will work. Because they didn't believe what I was trying to explain them would work. But they ended up doing it and it worked out and it was great. I can't remember what we were working on though. I work on so many different things all the time. Which is why I was asking you, hey, submit an email or a contact so it goes to the inbox and then I read it later. Because I talk to too many people at once. I talk to so many people. Oh, great. Now instead of the twist ties, we have Velcros. This is CPU, EPS. GPU, PCIe. I know this is a modular power supply and we're not going to need all of these cables on the power supply, but the biggest problem that I have is, you know, customers that come back to me for upgrades and then their cables aren't plugged into their power supplies and then they don't have the cables anymore because they probably threw them out. You guys have any idea how many times that happens? And then I'm like, well, that sucks because we gotta locate the cables or figure this out. But the point is the cables will be inside the PC. That's why I fill out a modular power supply, unless it's like super artistic high-end build that I'm doing. That's like the only time I won't do that. Like a computer enthusiast level crazy build. Alright. This thing's no longer magnetic. I also made the drive all the way to Walmart just to get a stupid USB port to install Windows 10. Yeah, I hear you. That's always a mistake too, not having that on hand for your first build. Or you have to order it from Microsoft and pay full price for a license and get the USB media, which you can literally make for basically free. And then get a license for like 15 bucks. Damn. Let me explain further on the CPU issue, though, because it's not stuck at 60. You feel like you misled me? You can go to 120, but it jumps 100% CPU usage. Is it only running Fortnite? Or are there other things running in the background? I still feel like it could do better. Even though it's an i3, the 12100 is actually a pretty strong CPU. It's equivalent to a 6th or 7th gen i7. Just to give you an example. Fortnite on IQ. Try shutting down IQ while you're playing Fortnite and see if that helps at all. I know it sounds stupid, but humor me and try it. Oh boy. Das ist gut, yeah? Isn't IQ the new software Corsair made for the RGB fans? IQ has been out for a long time, so it's not new. But yes, it is the software that they use for their RGB. Yes. The 12100F can find about 90 at it's a real bargain. Yeah, it's a bargain CPU, and it's a great processor. You know. Yeah, you got it on sale for 85. Nice. Here's our RTX 3050 that we're putting in here. You're like, wow, it's a i7 13700K with a 3050. I explained earlier on this why. But this PC is not necessarily going to be used for gaming. We wanted to go super heavy on the RAM and get as much CPU horsepower as possible. So we got the i7 13700K with 64 gigs of RAM in here. And the graphics card's really just going to be here for driving 4 really high resolution monitors. Probably could have gone a little lighter on the graphics card, honestly. But this is what we ended up with. Maybe. This is the card that made the most sense, unless I went with Radeon, but I think there was a reason why we wanted ray tracing from a RTX card, even though this is a 3050. It doesn't have anything super crazy on it, but there was a reason and I can't remember why. Hey Neil, what's up? What's up, man? Do you mind if I ask a question in regards to a PC I'm trying to build? Yeah, sure. Shoot. Send it. Over on the Twitch channel. I'm not sure whether to get a 14900K or a 7950X 3D. I have a 4090 already, but I don't want to buy a 500-pound motherboard, $500, probably $750 US motherboard, only to change it again when the new architecture comes out. That makes sense, and it's shitty that Intel does that to us. So, I mean, at that point, if that's your biggest concern, just go with the 7950X 3D. What are you doing on the PC that requires that much CPU? Just out of curiosity. 15th gen, I'm not sure yet. Content creator? Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to change the socket again. I know that's been a subject in conversation about the constant changing of their sockets. And I think they're trying not to do that as much. Hence the reason why 13, 14, or 12, 13, and 14 are all in the same socket, which is amazing. It's the first time in a long time that you've got more than two generations of Intel on the same socket. 6650 stopping production. Yes, because of the 7000 series that they've released. They've released the 7600 that's replaced it pretty much. So they're probably no longer making the 6650 now. But Neil, I feel you. It's always sucked with Intel. They've always done that. And I don't know if they're going to stop doing that. I haven't confirmed or heard anything. The 14th gen was kind of a letdown. It was basically hey, let's redesign the box and put a different sticker on it. And there's a 13900K with a little, maybe 1% gain on it. And that's what they do to their customer base. It kind of sucks. But that's what Intel does, and they've been doing it for years. So I'm not an AMD or an Intel fanboy. I like both for their own uses. Yeah, it sucks. I got a 5900X, but I bought the X570 motherboard for 600 pounds. Oh, man. Yeah. Was that a while ago? Now I have basically... Not necessarily. You could hold on to it. 2020? Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while. So it's been running for a little bit. It's been in service. Not a bad motherboard. Not a bad CPU. You could hold on to it. Maybe even use it as for a dual PC. Or editing. Or, I don't know if you have the space for two PCs. But usually if you're going to like the 7950X or the the 14900K, you don't necessarily need a dual PC, but the benefits of running a dual PC in a stream is that you can restart your gaming PC and maintain the stream live without, bringing the stream down, because the stream's running on one PC and the gaming PC is running in the other. So if you ever have a need where you have to restart the PC, you don't have to go offline. You could stay live and then, change your scene. I've got an old one, may keep this one as a backup. There you go. Backup's always good too, especially if you're full-time streaming. You got to treat it like this is what I do to make my money. So you have to have some sort of repetition. If you fire up your PC one day and it's giving you problems that you can't stream that day, it means you're not going to bring any revenue. That sucks. So you got to treat it like a business. If you're full-time streaming. So definitely recommend that to anybody that's full-time streaming is, invest in the hardware that's, number one, going to be reliable, but also have a backup option available. You have issues with the PC, keeps crashing, like so many errors, blue screens, etc. Unfixable without changing RAM, CPU at this rate. Huh. So you've without changing RAM, CPU. Okay, so you haven't tried changing. It's probably the RAM. And since you bought it in 2020, have you ever done a BIOS update since? Yes or no on the BIOS question. Yeah, no problem. Do I know how long the AMD architecture is going to go last? I can't predict that. Yeah, it's full up to date. Okay. Well, then it's probably a RAM issue, I would say, if you're getting those blue screens. 128 gigs, yeah. Definitely a RAM issue. 128 gigs is a lot of RAM. And usually when you get up into that much RAM, it opens the door for more opportunity with more issues. So I would try it, because I'm assuming you have probably either 4 32 gig sticks or 2 64s, but I'm probably sure it's going to be 4 32s in DDR4. So I would probably try pulling 2 sticks out and run a mem test on it to see if it just test each stick and find the bad one. There's probably one bad stick. You have the RX 6500 XT Mech 2X OC and the RTX 4070 Ventus 3 OC. Nice. Do you have those in the same system by chance? Or you just have the 6650 just sitting there now because you upgraded? And if I buy it again, it is going to cost like 700 pounds. Yeah. So I might as well just change it up. Yeah. No, I hear you. These things aren't cheap, man. No, I just have the RTX. Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Let's get back. All right, let's tidy up these cables. And then we'll plug this in, fire this bad boy up. And then we'll call it a night. Right? Good. You just have the XFX 6650 XT, got it. Yeah, the XFX models have always looked nice. Going back all the way, I mean, XFX has always been an attractive brand. Ever since day one. They're very attractive. What would you rate that cable management ad? Scale of 1 to 10. Couldn't find any good deals on the 4060 laptop. That was sold out. That wasn't sold out, yeah. 10 out of 10? Thanks. Thank you, sir. H5 Flow case, and you love it. I like the H5 Flow because it's got that fan down at the bottom that's pointed directly at the graphics card. It's like an intake for the graphics. I love it. Nice. All right, so let's clean some of this up, get the panels on, and we'll fire it up. The H510 Flow has a Z490 and an i9 108050K, and it's 32 gigs of CL15 RAM. Damn, you are really good at putting in some good timing on your, picking out good timing for your RAM. I've noticed in all of your builds, you're very particular about your timings. Not saying that's a bad thing at all, it's a great thing. A lot of people don't care about that, or don't think about it, or don't look into it. And they end up with a PC with slower timings on the RAM. Although most people aren't trying to like overclock, and that's usually why you want tighter timing. To overclock. Plug her in and fire it up. Didn't forget the power supply switch this time. Haha. All right, let's switch it to the side view. And we'll all right, who's ready to see this thing fired up? First time power on. Anyone have the Dark Rock Pro 5? I actually built it. One of those. A couple of those. With a couple of them. There's a budget gaming budget gaming channel that I watch that talks about how important it is to get the best timing you can. Yes, that is 100% correct. That's why You know, the only time I do, you'll see me use this bundle from Micro Center, which has like the G Skill. It just has just not this one particularly, because this one's CL. This one's CL 30 or 32 or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway, you'll see me use like the DDR5 bundle that is CL 36 with the G Skill Ripjaws S5. And that's because I'm getting a better price on the motherboard CPU bundle, and the RAM is basically free for the customer. We can always upgrade the RAM later if we need to. So I'm getting them the best possible deal on the CPU and motherboard technically, and the RAM is free as we're starting out. Most of the time, most people that are getting a PC from me are just starting out. Me! All right, let's fire this thing up. So the RAM is replaceable and upgradable. That's the way I look at it. But if I'm building like a super top of the line high end and money is not a problem, we are definitely going to go with, you know, if there's not a really tight budget, we're definitely going to go tight on those timing, better timing on the RAM. Here we go. Why do you no spin? Did I forget to plug that in? Oh, I did. I know what I forgot to do. Best DDR4 timing for 3600K? I would say the lower the timing, obviously, the better. But your average is probably going to be CL16. I would say that's like middle of the road average. And I definitely wouldn't go further than CL18. Hey, there it is. And we got a post. When you forget to plug in the SATA cable to the hub. But I mean, this is a really nice little bit of RGB in the front, you know, party in the front, business in the back, a little bit of party on the center. Nice little sprinkle of flavor in there. With the glass on it, it's gonna look nice. Yeah, I think I should switch to AMD. I wouldn't say you need to switch to AMD, but we actually were just having that conversation earlier in here. You just have to weigh out the benefits, the pros and cons, I guess. But you can get Intel on DDR5 if that's what you're asking. But yeah, the RAM timing is extremely important, even on a budget PC. But I like to argue that a little bit. Even on a budget PC, if you overspend on the RAM, then you have to cut out on the CPU, or you have to cut out on, say, a graphics card. Yes, RAM timing matters. That looks really good. You wanted to use the 12600K and an RX 6650 XT for animation purposes on an old software called Source Filmmaker. Okay, I'm not familiar with Source Filmmaker, but I mean the 12600K and the RX 6600 or 6650 XT is actually not a bad combination. I actually just did a build not too long ago where it was a Intel i9 12900K and it was an RX 6600 and it was for a day trader. He really just needed the graphics card for high resolution monitors, similar to what we're doing with this one. But, and I probably could have gone a 6600 here. I do it on a case, go cheap. Yeah, that's where you save your money, is on not performance, but on the case. But you can't go too cheap on the case because you need some upgrade. You need some room to upgrade and grow in. So like For example, my favorite budget ATX mid towers are these guys. These are great cases by Montech. They're like 79 bucks with the RGB. You can get the blackout versions with 3 140 millimeter fans for like 69 bucks or something like that. But they're really good price. No, does not support CUDA cores from the 4070. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What doesn't support CUDA cores from the 4070? Oh, the Source Filmmaker. Gotcha. I caught up. I might be slow. But Eli, I know you may not be watching, and if you are, maybe you're just not chatting. This, I present your PC. We'll be shipping this out shortly. Yeah, Source Filmmaker. You're gonna run into that with a lot of older software. They won't, if they're not being updated. They won't have the support for newer hardware from any RTX GPU. Yeah, those. I mean, depending on how old it is, it may have been out before an RTX GPU was even out or even thought of. But we do get a post with all 64 gigs of RAM. Yay! We got the whole press F1 to continue. Refocus camera. This camera always does this to me, and I don't know why. I don't know why it does that to me. Hey, Kilk, thanks for that subscription as well over on YouTube. I appreciate you, sir. They actually stopped updating Source Filmmaker. Yeah, no, that's why they stopped. I'm a cry. Why are you crying, man? Oh, because it posted, or because Micro Center don't sell Asus ROG Maximus Z7090 Apex again? Ah. Yeah, that one you might have to like hunt for, because they only made. I think they only made so many of those, right? So that might be one that you have to hunt and track down. I'm going on a hunt. I'm going to find myself an Asus ROG Maximus Z790 Apex. Did you guys ever see my YouTube video? It was during the video card shortage. During like 2021 or 2022, I had a whole bunch of RTX reference or Founders Edition RTX 3080s and 3070s, because I did a bunch of builds, so I had to buy the card. So I had a bunch of boxes, and I put them outside on the ground in tall grass and stuff. And then I was pretending to be like the crocodile hunter. What's his name? Crap. But I acted it out, and I was like, "Look at this! It's a rare sighting of an RTX 3080 Horde." It was so stupid, but it was funny. It was just making fun of the fact that it's really hard to find. It was really hard to find them. So, sorry. Sorry for what? My horrible acting, or? Well, anyway. We are done with builds for the night. Oh, you accidentally sent a link to PC Part Picker. Oh, nice. About the ROG Apex Maximus. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no worries, man. You can send it in the chat. I don't care. As long as it's not some nasty shit, you know, that's... When is the next stream? We actually have 2 builds to do tomorrow, so we'll be streaming tomorrow afternoon, Eastern time. Start time is supposed to be 1 p.m. Eastern time, but I'm never on time. It's rare that I'm on time, unless it's like a partner build. Then I'll be on time. I try. I really do. It's just really hard. So tomorrow afternoon I will be streaming again. We'll be doing 2 builds. I won't be going late into the evening because I do have a couple of scheduled appointments, remote sessions that I have to take care of. And then I have more streams on Saturday afternoon as well. So we'll be streaming Friday afternoon, Saturday afternoon, and then we'll likely be back at it Monday for the next stream after that. Because we still have quite a few builds to do. I actually don't see the link here in Restream. If you did send it, it must have gotten filtered. But if you want, you can actually email it to me, which is support@empowergamingpcs.com. So here you can either email it to me, or you can even text the store number, which is 248-617-1050. I'll see if I can just message this to you. I don't know if it's actually going to make it through to you. It looks like it did. That's the email address if you want to email me the link. Thoughts on the Corsair Dominator Titanium? I think it's overrated. I think it's a waste of money unless you're doing an all-out Corsair build. If you're doing the volume on my mic changed again. I'm sorry, guys, I bumped it. If you're doing a all-out Corsair build, then yes, you'll want the Dominator. It really blends very nicely. Is it Gmail? No, it's Office. It's Microsoft 365, so it's Exchange Online. But it's support. I just sent it in the chat, so it should be there. But it should be support@empowergamingpcs.com. Should be there in the chat for you. Do you see it or no? It gave me the check mark and it said it sent it. We'll switch over to the Empower Studio. I'm not at all using a green screen. Nice gaming room. Oh, thanks. Thanks. No, you should be able to email me from any email address, man. You don't have to have like a Gmail to Gmail. You don't have to have a Microsoft. It's just an email. So just pull up an email and send it to support@empowergamingpcs.com. It's either that or you can instant message me on Facebook. On the Facebook page. You can send it there. Or you could do it on the Twitter. The X. I'm sorry. The X. Or Twitter. Whatever you want to call it. You can message us there on Twitter. Or on the Facebook page. Which is Empower Gaming Computers. Watch this. I go over here, and we get moved. And then I go over here, and then we get moved. Is Sabrent Rocket 4 plus M.2 good? Yes. It's a good SSD. Would definitely, if you want like maximum power or best bang for your buck, look at Inland Professional Plus. Professional Plus? Or no, Inland Performance Plus. That's going to give you about the same speed as a Samsung 980 Pro, but not the same cost. Just sent to? Okay, cool. My phone is at 7%. Gotcha. i9 14900K, Fantex Glacier 1. I actually have not built with the Fantex Glacier 1 yet. That is one cooler that I haven't used. Asus ROG Maximus Z790 Apex N-Core. It's a good board. Trident Z 48 gigs, 224s. Western Digital Black, 2 terabyte, Gen 4. It's the SN850X. It's a good SSD. It's about the same as the 980 Pro, I think, by Samsung. Asus ROG Strix Gaming. That thing's overpriced. The Asus ROG Strix Gaming OC RTX 4090. The $2,400 is overpriced. That thing shouldn't be over 2,000, but it's because of the shortage we're currently in. So that's why it's $2,400. Lian Li 011 Dynamic, which, you know, by the way, on the 4090, if you're okay with going in with a different brand, unless you really want an ROG Strix card, that's where you're going to pay for it. You would have, what do you call it? There's Zotac, actually. You could buy directly from Zotac right now. I think they're $1,899 on Zotac, on their website, and they are in stock. They're $1,900, unless you absolutely have to have an Asus ROG Strix graphics card. I think I went overkill on my M.2. Did you send that one to me too? The Republic of Gamers, really more like Republic of Expensive, because right now we're going through a graphics card shortage, and the ROG cards are always the most sought after, so their cost goes up. Mine is overkill, but I don't want to upgrade for no time soon. Okay. Yeah, the 011 Dynamic XL is a great case. I've built in it quite a bit, and I actually really enjoy building in it. The 1200 watt 80 plus platinum power supply. The only thing I would say on your power supply, Wilmy, is make sure it is PCI 5.0, because you want that 600 watt cable connection directly from your power supply to the graphics card. You don't want to use the adapter. If you only have PCIe 6+2 pin from the power supply, then you're gonna have to use the adapter, and the adapter's cheap, and it aesthetically looks like ass. Honestly, it looks like crap. So make sure your power supply has a 600 watt cable from, which is the PCIe 5.0 is what it'll be listed as, but it's a 600 watt 16 pin cable directly from the power supply to the graphics card. 140s, yeah, I'm glad you're going with 140s in that fan, because it's going to fill it out very nicely. And it's a good monitor. Yeah, it's a pretty good build, other than the, you know, a couple of things that I mentioned. Also, the other thing I don't see in here is a contact frame for the LGA 1700 socket. make sure you grab one of those. You could grab a Thermalright for a Thermalright LGA 1700 contact frame. They're like $9 on Amazon. Or you can get the Thermal Grizzly if you want like extreme precision. They're just manufactured with a little bit more precision. No, that's not my build. Oh, this isn't your build? Whose build am I looking at? Oh, you sent me the wrong link then? Oh, my first build. Gotcha. So is it the one with the i5 12600K? Oh, gotcha. Sorry. I'm old. I'm slow. Intel Core i5 12600K. Noctua NH-U12S Redux for the cooler. MSI Mag B660 Tomahawk Wi-Fi DDR4. Thermaltake Tough RAM. So again, I would still get the contact frame for the 12600K. The B660 at $181, you could probably find a Z790 with more or better overclocking features than the MSI Mag B660 for almost, or at least close in the same ballpark. So if you're gonna go, you know, spend $181 on a B660, I would recommend actually looking for a Z790 in the 200-ish range, 200 to 250 range. That's what I would recommend doing, because you're spending too much on a B660 in my opinion. Thermaltake Tough RAM RGB 16 gigabytes, DDR4 3600, CL18. I would try to get the CL16 or 14 on the RAM, if you can, depending on, you know, the budget. But if not, start out with the 18 and then you can upgrade later. Samsung 980 1 terabyte. Yeah, the 980 is great. Other than, I would recommend, for that price at $79.50 for the Samsung 980 1 terabyte, it's a Gen 3 drive, because it's not the 980 Pro. This is the 980, which is a Gen 3 drive. You can actually get a Gen 4 drive. For example, the Silicon Power drives that I've been using, they're like $79, and they're going to be twice as fast as this drive. So they're about the same price, and they're twice as fast, and they're Gen 4. Take advantage of it. Western Digital Black 4 terabyte, 3.5, 7200 RPM. I mean, if you need the extra storage, personally, I don't really build with mechanical drives anymore. They're just not reliable, and they're so slow. Unless you need it for bulk storage, then that makes sense. But even then, bulk storage, you want to have some redundancy because this thing is mechanical and it will fail over time. The Samsung 980 was like $50 when I bought it. Okay, gotcha. It makes sense. Yeah, I mean, overall, it's a great build. I don't know when exactly, what year you bought it, but you put the money all where it should be. I would have tried to go maybe Z790 on the board, but it sounds like if you built it a while ago, then the Z790 may not have even been out yet. But it's a good build. Excuse me. A few months ago, actually. Okay. Nice. Well, guys, I am all set on the streams and the builds today. Now I just need to install Windows and all the drivers and then get them shipped and picked up and all that. So, yay! I got to clear the bench before tomorrow. Before our next stream, which is, we're going to be starting around 1 p.m. tomorrow. Roughly. This time of the year, you could get some good buys, yes. But also, getting closer and closer to holiday, you're going to start seeing things become more and more unavailable. Everything's going to go out of stock, and that's going to drive prices up. So by the time New Year's comes around, you're going to see everything up in price. Like SSDs, they're going up in price. RAM, going up in price. Motherboards, going up in price. Video cards, out of stock, going up in price. And that's just going to be, you know, that's the name of the game every year. Same thing. You're going to be hunting for the motherboard? Yeah. Look around. I'll keep my eyes out open. If I see one, I'll let you know. I haven't seen one of those in a while, though. I think they only made so many of them. I don't remember. I don't remember if there was a limitation on that one. But have a good night, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me and checking out all the PCs that we built today. We built some pretty cool ones. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I need to go eat dinner. And my feet are killing me. I'm gonna get a big rubber pad for my feet. Or wear shoes. Z790 UAD. That's actually a pretty good board too. Alright, man. Good night. I'll catch you guys on the next stream. See you guys. Transition, 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 transition. Have a good night, guys.